because we think you're dead. We talk about you in the third person. This is gonna be unorthodox in this one because it's visual. There's visuals, not more static or words in there. And there's a face of the two of us doing a weird Germanic accent that is no concern of yours. So I come from the Sisterverse. You see around Sisterverse, like a sister city. Your elected officials should be visiting us and yours very soon. I trust you've been having a restful pandemic with some of you more than others. Too soon? This is right now too soon. Not in the Sisterverse because we have 5 pandemics happening at the same time. It is Antarctic gonorrhea. There is, and that's rabid. And there's 4 others. We haven't named them yet because the names are starting to descend. So you might be wondering what this thing is here in the middle. So AI Dungeon is enabled worlds to have words. So it's been very difficult to make worlds and to make genres. I've made middle apocalyptic, definite apocalyptic things. I made a little bit biographical tales, infectious educational tales. Infectious meaning very serious, very curvy. There's no straight line. No, you try to get some puffy, it's gonna take a while. And then direct-themed children's educational programming, or like Sesame Street, linguist harm reduction in mind. And then digestive allegory, which is about your fun bodily, a story about the fun bodily goals, but anthropomorphizing all the things. What does your AI dungeon do other than fantasy? Because fantasy is very vague, racist, problematic. Like orcs, okay, we got orcs. Maybe it has no relation to relationships. Who knows? Draw, that's a little bit veiled. Creating these worlds as a whole just pushes you. Because we're going to make a character. And I don't even know if we're going to go to the game. It's not the game. Other art book fair is a fair. The printed metal art is honored, defied, reified, then rolled. Not works on paper, but tons of pieces, from books to zines and more. Meaning meat paper. This book fair was underwritten by J.G. Garrett and defines a platitude. And humans like you, whose text is unwittingly informing this drunk, baby natural language generator. Because it is whatever we put on the internet might be there. You might be informing it. Maybe you might be typing into the abyss and the abyss types back. It's very much fair. This is inspired from another book there in your Sisterverse that is currently happening right now in New York, or in the Virtu York. Well, reading this mess makes me very short-breathed. Oh God. I wear this because this face you're not prepared to see. There's subtle differences that your civilization is not prepared. Character, name was Docent. Gender, you are Docent, which means you weave to and fro between the extremes as you will, based on context and season and humidity and just wind sometimes. Ever changing, ever changing, ever becoming. Race becomes all of these roles that I've had to think of different ways to deal with race. Oh God. So in this case, different types of things that you find in a book fair. So we got pamphlet, Pagopilefrax jeffreyi is a species of pamphlet found in the Midwest, as well as an impossibledesigns.com, which is a very rare output in which an actual URL is given. That was weird. These strange, nameless creatures have the ability to fold each other into different formats. They occasionally wrap themselves around the human head and most likely die. But then they most likely die. They never exist alone. That is why there are always two eyes in the guy. They have tracks, a race of sentient meat that grew from the fairgrounds that hosted previous book fairs. Humans brought books with them. They got wet and something grew. The meat's consciousness is blurry, and it has a curious but innocent view in the world. It's quite nice. By the way, this is 99% written by the AI. I'm just the presser of buttons here. Smotreks are essentially humans with chicken heads and transparent skin. They are skilled craftsmen, artisan, with unparalleled needlework skills. In fact, the prime reason Smotrek were invited to the other art fair is an article they wrote about craftsmen cuisine. They are at work on some form of nomicon, but they haven't decided which. I can't read. Flip books are living books cursed to spend eternity, flip-flapping their way through boundless domes of text. The reading things read. These creatures constantly look as if they are consumed by some inner turmoil and are extremely agitated, like some spouses. They are used their recently developed speech skills as a way to vent their frustrations and communicate with others, also like spouses. A flip book will turn any meaningful passage they read in another book into a conversation starter. But then again, aren't we all? Anthology. Well, at printed matter, anthology girls are super successful tree climbers and also book writers. They only work at night and are excellent at painting insects. Whereas in my Sisterverse, your Sisterverse, my verse, anthology is a sentient being of the other art family. All anthology wants to is to have relationships. Is that so wrong? Lithographs are one of the first primordial races to manifest in the art of art. They are large, paper-like humanoid who possesses profound empathy for all sentient life, all the meats. The little's gentle and sensitive nature has made them easy targets for relentless depopulation efforts by the Sisterhood of the Parallelograms, which is very hard to top in this particular type of person. And chapbooks. Chapbooks are rare. They are printed, but not in the same way as most books. They are made with a special technique. An expert chapbook printer is summoned to a clearing in the forest. He is blindfolded. Then, a medium is summoned of equal weight and temperament. The medium is then thrown into the printer. The printer, who is also blindfolded, has to sense when a medium is on him, quickly flip through his zine catalog, place the right medium on the medium, and print him. The chapbook is born. Sometimes, for printing, the printer will smoke a bit of blood, and out of confusion, print an extra chapbook. Chapbooks are therefore always unique and one of a kind. Okay, well, we'll be a chapbook. And myself, I've not partaken of the greenery myself in a while, but I can. So here's class, which is, I guess, what your vocation would be, the equivalent in my verse. Do you have vocations? I think you do. So we got first year grifter. They are the scheming craftsmen of the universe. They are experts at gaining people's trust for their own nefarious purposes. Grifters can talk their way into and out of any situation. Some even have access to a variety of magical objects. Grifters walk the line between chaotic good and chaotic neutral, always looking for the best deal. It's a very narrow set of alignment there. Fair artist. Yes, this is where I wrote this. I did not. I mean, no ill will towards any art entity. Don't sue me, please. Author's note: Relate AI Dungeon. I just pressed buttons. These artists were tirelessly making art for the book fair, who they also sleep with. That is the dream of all artists at the book fair: to be an artist and to sleep with many artists. The guy who did the author of the little girl. Who's that guy? He's that author guy. He went to all those book events and stuff with a lot of people. It's like, hey, wait, isn't this a workplace? Isn't this a work event? Isn't this harassment? And he goes, oh, no. That's his whole case. It's like, oh, his lawyer has to go, whoa. Many artists make their living by sleeping with other artists. TBH. Essentially, they are artists. Let's be a natural language generator. Maybe I'll find my perfect discriminator in this work location. Okay, so this is paired with fashion. I mean 1-for-1, which I really should have thought other than that, but I would have to make like 40 different locations. I don't have no time. So these are factions. The gentrifiers are a small group of artists that produce subversive materials. They are trying to show the world that the other art book fair is a corporate carnival of art on the backs of artists. And their philosophy is that art is a celebration of the people. They are trying to show the world that art should be open to any and every person, not just the rich. It is fun selling triangles of the rice and tuna, and those one thing like so much. The thirsty moles in the beast of the other art book fair, which is as big as a mole, and as small as a small thing, and it's on Impossible Meeting. And it's a real hip show, and they're gonna do it in the dead of night. The Hungry is a mysterious force, a cloud of dark matter. The Hungry is made up of all the creators of art book fairs, and they are constantly hungry for the work of others. They are a black hole of information and energy, insatiable. Reality bends around them, and they consume the substance of any book fair they visit. They are the great unknown. While they might appear to be small to humans, they are gods in the world of art book fairs. Once again, AI. The Zine Wars. The Zine Wars were a series of skirmishes between pamphlets, also known as zines in some parts of the world. At the end of the 20th century, most of the pamphlets had died out, and the Zine Wars were largely forgotten. In 2009, a small group of zines, led by Zine Wars, exposed the real stage show as the holding pen for attractive children while they broke ground on a comic pizza. That's a little in-joke. I wrote that. I take responsibility. Good fun. Trafficking. Too soon and too late, and it's very too late, actually. The press tried to call it real EGIT. Failed. Durational profiles is the gateway to trafficking. Ever tried to go to Canada? Because, customs, that's also a joke. Or also, what do you call art? It's, how you get your package up to Canada, something like that. I forgot. Anyway, don't mind me. Sisterverse taking over. Is the performance art collection. The performance artist collection is a group of artists who use performative tactics as their medium. The faction has grown to include many artists whose work is based on performative aspects of art. The faction has a manifesto that states everyday life is an endless performance. Art is the only thing that can save us. And ambulances, as you can hear in the background. Sometimes. The Harry Potter Book Fair. The Harry Potter Book Fair. The Harry Potter Book Fair is a wholly fictional fair that was created and brought to life by human imagination and the real-world festival that inspired this literary project. The Harry Potter Book Fair is a grand event that is a gathering of the many magical and sometimes non-magical creatures of the Harry Potter universe. Is so hard. I'm hunching. I've been hunching this whole time. There are many festivals and fairs in the Harry Potter verse, but none are as grand and important as the Harry Potter Book Fair. Before they got me to it. That was me. And we have so let's choose one. Okay, so to choose each of these, so that we can get to the locations. So the locations you can choose. Got Balding Point. Balding Point is a small town in the center of the art book fair. Population about 1,000. It's known for being hometown of a famous artist who painted dogs as angels and caused a resurgence of interest in the painting of dogs as angels. A woman died there also when the sky fell on her in 1923. We will always remember Edith Katangasko. Yes, there was a second one. Google it. I'm not gonna Google your hand. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, actually we'll do this. Perfect. Okay. Balding Point. And then we have Fandor Island. Fandor Island is a small uninhabited island at the Tempest Seas, known for its many great white sharks that inhabit the island. The sharks are rumored to be so large that they can eat whales whole. What? No books? Okay, no books. It's not about books. That whole area. You gotta have some place that's you can take a vacation for some and then you go right back and you take a tour and you visit such things as the Bottom Book Fair. The Bottom Book Fair. The Bottom Fair is the most important and largest book fair in the bottom of the real world. All the great authors and artists of the bottom world have come together to create the most important and largest art book fair in the bottom world. The Bottom Book Fair is the gathering of the bookmaking world and the bottom world itself, and it is the bottom of the earth itself. It is totally not a homosexual euphemism. No, not at all, not in the Sisterverse. We don't have euphemisms, we just say what it is. That's right. Okay, so this is name, the theater. The theater is a performance venue owned by the performance artists section. It is a place where artists can perform their work and is the center of the actions, operations. The performances were originally all about the concept of the performance, but have slowly evolved to be more literary and less based on the performative. And it goes off there. That is the name. That is the name of the place. I just realized that we're gonna choose that because oh my god, but the real name is the Picnic Basket. The Picnic Basket is a restaurant that serves baked goods, coffee, and other treats for the viewing audience. The Picnic Basket is located right outside of the theater and is open only during regular performances. Like in PS1 when they had those special, days when bands are doing their jam. Operation Black Ice, which I guess is a location, was a thriving naval base used by submarines transporting drugs under the command of the Xenos. Like you do, it was shut down after the United States threatened to starve the Xenos. Like you have been hiding under the frozen tundra since the Xen Wars. Operation Black Ice was cleared out and used to house refugees fleeing the horrors of nuclear winter. Because yeah, you can That's something. That's obviously something one can escape from. There, geniuses, you are. The OK. That's the location. Let's go to the OK. By the Hungry. The OK is a publishing house that seeks to publish high art in a low-key way. Publishing books and journals that are shocking to the senses, even controversial, but that in the end are a work of high art. That might be a read by the AI. The Meat Book Fair. From the Thirsty. You don't want the beverage book fair? You just want the meat? Okay. You know what you want. The Meat Book Fair is in the north of the other book fair, and is 2 birds and a worm and a hole in the ground. And that's all you need to know. In terms of the history of the area, and it's definitely a good time to be alive. And you should join us at the other book fair. And the first rule is that you don't talk about the Meat Book Fair. That's pure AI right there. So those of you who think that it doesn't have a sense of humor, maybe it doesn't, but it certainly knows how to make one, even if it doesn't feel it inside. Okay. Choose that. Stupid. Oh. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to put the name up. Yeah, whatever. Sorry. And not safe for work? Yes, of course. Because art is not safe for work. That's great, sweater. Once again, I am Miles Docent. Hello. Don't touch the shit. I will touch the shit for you. Also, I will relate to you what it felt like. I'm now feeling out my anthology. For we are many. Natural language generator still. Match. No, performance or action. That way we can go to the theater. The theater is a performance. Disco cover? No, it doesn't. Let's start this mofo. Hi, folks, council, patrons. What you looking at? Oh, is that what the cafeteria is? How much are those champagnes? Oh, I'll go across the street. Oh. Oh wow, wait, that's a... I didn't put that as a quest. Someone put a quest in this. Was it me? What the hell? Okay, hold on, let's make it smaller. There we go. So you've heard that season, Okay, Miles Docent. A male whose gender in the first sentence. Lexical bias, that's a real thing. This is what this AI is notorious for. Constant misgendering. Even though you don't know, even though you've had heart-to-hearts about this, still is powered because most of the internet doesn't respect the complexity of nature. Okay. You. Singular you. Miles Docent, a male anthology thing. An awesome anthology. You're a male at that moment who works at the picnic basket. You've worked for picnic basket for 3 years and have come to enjoy the performances that take place next door. The picnic basket. The Russian is a cafe which serves macro what? Bought from local baristas who love coffee. Oh, okay, macro coffee. Who love coffee just as much as you. As opposed to the minuscule micro coffees that you microdose and don't feel at all. at the field for concerts and events. During the day, there are dance classes, concerts, and other events on the dance side. And in the evening, this side becomes a bar and restaurant with a communal table. There are lots of nooks and crannies to read or just hang out in, or to have a conversation. Shoes? I feel I'm randomly social today. So, shoes. Oh wait, so that we can get some points. This is a score. Is it? Choose a random. First in is a Robin Barnes. And form the catchphrase. They know you from so well. This is my UCB life. I tap a little bit. I'm not gonna push anymore. I have a body of work in progress, and it is called McGale's Pockets. It was originally a Tumblr called Oops, I Crept My Pants. I did that, that's a Saturday Night Live reference. I did that for about 5 years and became really, really popular on Saturday Night Live. I curated all the images myself. Now that it's basically a printed matter, ebooks are nice because some people like to be able to carry them around while they go, but for me, there is nothing better than a good old-fashioned book, to which I gain no points. No points for me and my sentiments about it. Okay, so I want the British narrator to do the work for me now, because doing that in this mask is it's like a greenhouse under here. And I want to keep this plague doctor feel. And you know what? Let's jam up randomness to number 3 because it's a fair. Art books. They want that. You're dressed like it. You dress like you want it. I just want it. Hello, Mr. Announcer. Can you use your voice? No. Technical difficulties for a little bit. Settings. Narrator, British only in some scenarios. Oh, this is music. Ooh. I don't want music. I want Edinburgh analog. Oh, autosave. It autosaves. That's a new feature. Look at the amenities, kids.
Did matter. E-books are nice because some people like to be able to carry them around while they go. But for me, there is nothing better than a good old-fashioned book.
This is the Animal Crossing playlist. In fact, let's do it over. Because we're gonna go over the hour. I'll put some quarters in. And then what I'm gonna do is, by the way, I'm using my mouse on a comforter, so I get some quantum flickering because of light and the grains of linen. Okay. Animal Crossing, your first escape from this hellhole of a situation. Thought it was going to be a few months? No, that's not how pandemics work. You think you're modern and can make things so short. No. You make plans and God starts with laughter. That's the kind of God that I can abide by. It's like the valuation of humanity. Here. So one more to ban any words, no? Okay. In my harm reduction scenario,
I have a body of
I'm
work
getting
in
really
progress
sick
and it is called
of them saying
Mikhail's
edit.
Pockets. It was originally a
not
Tumblr called Oops I Crapped My
Science is
Pants.
starting to show
I did
there
that
is
for
no
about
edit.
5 years and it became
Pretty soon,
really,
if
really
2 more
popular.
times
I
hear
curated all the
I'm gonna
images
put it in
myself. Now it's basically a printed matter. E-books are nice because some people like to be able to carry them around while they go, but for me there is nothing better than a good old-fashioned book.
Especially a Nomicon on the team skin. That's a good feel. Okay. Of the people you disrupted. Oh, God.
Make the acquaintance of the people you disrupted. You meet 2 lovely ladies who are intrigued by the fact you are a piece of literature. They find it really exciting that you were written by the Olive Garden sheep and can't believe how readable you are. One of the girls even grabs your pages aggressively, as if to say prove to me that you're a book. They teach you some fun catchphrases that you repeat with them, and they laugh.
It's it. You are cousins. That your author is cousins with the man whose father is a sheep in question. With EKD positive to androids. Dream. Dot.
Let's slip that your author is cousins with the Winamp sheep, whose father is the sheep in question when PhD posted to Android's Dream. Question mark before you leave you get each of the girls' numbers, and next week they'll be taking you with them.
Flash forward. Let's flash forward. Two.
You flash forward, take a shower, then be led by the hand with the girls too. You flash forward in time a week and find yourself at the same table with your new friends, this time with flowers in a vase between you all. It is happy hour. Cindy introduces you to Pamplemousse and, after that, basically tries shove an entire steak in her mouth. You learn that the woman's name is Yuri. They inform the gathering that they have invited some more people but only one turns up, and she looks miserable. They say her name is Elizabeth.
Say to Elizabeth. No. You should never ever say.
You say to Elizabeth, you know, you should never ever smile, because them.
Is this safe?
Elizabeth explains that she has had a very happy day. She orders a drink for every occasion and ranks them by what you think is most important to her. To your surprise, this fun fact is printed into the second edition of this book. Play 15 minutes of shitty music for $1. You decide to offer. Elizabeth. You've just realized it's her birthday. This fun fact is printed in the first edition of this book.
Check out the galleys. And see. It's also there.
You check out the galleys, and see if that fun fact is also there. There's something about paper samples that can't be beaten. In the galleys, you find pages of them. Not printed on the fun and friendly on a jar fish paper eyes so fond of, but on the virgin stuff you find in Egypt. Or is it England? Wait, the other one. In any case, these galleys are not for this work, prominently feature the English patient.
Social background. And just enjoy the biscuits. Enjoyment. What would you say?
You stay in the social background, and just enjoy Elizabeth's enjoyment, because it is her day. Of late, you've been finding yourself desiring the company of your friends. No need to rush into anything too crazy, like asking either on to a double date with Elizabeth and Cindy and you and the enthusiast and some guy called Mark, who is heavily scarred in some way and is a sweetie. You are helping the other library patrons, though this time not with a book.
But with that, living, suffering, knitting book of flesh called life.
You but with that living, suffering knitted book of flesh called life. The art of distinction is just shy of collapsing. Then again, that's really sweet of you. The book in question, Us.
Judgebot, I'm not gonna lie, those pages. Oh, can you read? Yeah, so you can read Judgebot. So this is, this thing here, it's they've added bots that assess all of your actions, and then they make pronouncements upon it. There's a judge bot, there's a kill bot, there was a Santa bot, there's a Cupid bot. They're pretty neat. Sometimes I impress them. You look happy this day. Access. It's literary. In my Sisterverse, in my verse, meat is literature.
You look at the half-eaten steak and asses its literary merit.
It's not us weak, it's not us weak, it's us weak.
This figure looks like it's half-eaten and crawling into a seat on a chair. Maybe you could push it out with a stick. The picture has accurate coloring and one of those tiny patterns newspapers used to cover up bland parts of drawings that are almost too small for only large, expensive microscopes to see, and eye doctors when you go to get your eyes checked.
Those little hands that are like pointing up and outside. Only for me to take. That's steak. Take that steak. Put it in my face. For a liquor microphone. Should have said for a liquor microphone.
You take that steak and put it in your purse. Well, now this step makes sense. The editor saw that you turned in the galley without the steak and assumed someone was holding it for ransom or something. In this version the steak is actually to scale, and looks real enough to cut into and cook. In the end there were several hundred copies of these galleys made before the final revision was completed, so yay. Still free for anyone who finds one, I think, or anything else for that matter.
Because there always has to be one.
You for that printed matter. Moral of the story. The creases are the best parts. Does anyone do this? Remember the printed matter, anything from newspapers and magazines to manuals that came with electronics, even cereal boxes, read most intently. Remember the distinct colors that signified when something important was going to happen? Colors of all kinds of different things, red for anger, blue for sadness, green for jealousy. You orange for madness, but in this post-stigma Sisterverse, orange is now adverse medical outcomes. No, I'm not too sure what I mean by the Sisterverse part either.
Let's see. You were the latest training course. Only extends October 2019. A lot has happened since then.
You say, oh that's right, you the narrator are a part your silly universe of one. Your latest training corpus only extends to October 2019. A lot has happened since then. With that clever bit out of the way, you get to the bizarre style of having a dead narrator. Official explanation failed, well it was given and here it is again. With Gone Publishing's continuing success, the office supply costs really add up. Perhaps more than development new titles, actually. As grim as it sounds, we might have actually found financial savings in line items such as newspaper staff, newspapers? Is this 2949? You say no, but we can certainly party like it if you want. I'm gay. The body identification is frightening. In the last 48 hours you learned that your dentist in another county has had 2 people come in asking about you, but neither match your description. This is really worrying you, as your dentist is the type who remembers every person, even his patients.
What about this host? Tweets. Yes, it will. Just so you know. But my character thinks this.
You say, well then, how about twist? I don't have a dentist. I haven't brushed my teeth since May 2020 cause I figure after 5 years it ain't gonna get any worse. Damn, I loved White Wolf. Immersing myself in their WW products was the best week or 2 spent. While you want to mother yourself, you recognize an expert in these matters. However, that too is all bizarre again. Oh. Holly? Also she goes on about some 2019 novel by someone who sounds similar. Well thanks Guilt Trip said jokingly, but there kinda is a lot of guilt. Just give me more wine. You say, what the fuck is this? I said more wine, not this pile of cheese. Not really a wine person. You say in your defense. I'm sorry I had to. It's really the safest way to ensure you stay paper shit. You know she's right, and begin making another ha 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 ha. You say, but she's a proponent of Zeno's laugh, so the next power is her ever approaching an asymptote that is right before an actual laugh, but not quite getting there. Good one, Miles. Ha, partying is good. Should have done this a while ago, thought you were always the alpha dog. Guess your age is finally showing. You say as if you're dementia, I gather.
This is your dementia. Typos. This is the thing.
You're great. Always here to hear you diss on my enemies. Still some sharp teeth left in the mold dentures, huh? Oh. I got one. How about a favorite game? Well, I didn't know you had favorites. There was the hiking, the running, the swimming, yeah. The usual gargoyle and garble of cards were boring. But I really liked raising those beefy bodies to be gladiators. You say let us have an old-timey card game of devaluation, where we praise each other in the most backhand way possible. You are correct, boy. That was the most fun I ever had online besides role-playing as an Aeolian xenologist. Well, FDM Dallas, on some really shitty forum. Need to check on the forums for that later. Yes. We played Devaluing. Was one of my all-time favorite games when I did the beta testing for it, and for some reason they never implemented it in the master file, so there was a backup of it. You say, well, like with many drugs, you can't have too big a death toll so early on, it's bad for business. Ha 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 ha, you so silly. Well, the twist for your question is we don't actually reveal what was meant with it, but rather we each get to ask the other one for a favor that they can choose to grant or decline giving a reason. Well, go first. Well, that seems kinda boring. I'll explain mine and you can elaborate on why they are favors. So you have to grant them right away or else bad things happen. You say that Q.U. Sounds good to me, go ahead then, your highness. Ha ha. Okay, you don't have to call me that, but I guess it does suit me. Anyways. Please build a water park in Goroman City, first. Miles logs on and fixes his collar and looks in the mirror. This isn't even an event he needs to prepare for in any reasonable manner. Say water park level 1. Would you like it staffed or non-staff automated? Automated ID rather, they useful in the future. Miles nods and smiles softly, as if performing for a webcam, and walks towards his desk to compose an email. Hey new doctor, are you in the house? I need your assistance with something TED for my city. A water park would be perfect for Goro Gargan City, the party waiting to happen. Can you have one delivered immediately? Thanks. You say the doctor responds, "You probably realize by now that I'm your court-appointed therapist, and not your feel-good." I must say yes. You actually messaged the Gaveston doctor with the new instructions. It loaded instantly, and now you can get your mind off of it. Thanks. White coughing, I'm done gloating about it now. _Caritu's up for some karaoke. My first two requests are In the End by Linkin Park, since today marks a new beginning, and Basket Case. You say the Green Day song, as covered by posthumous Leonard Cohen via AI Jukebox. You begin to feel thoroughly rejuvenated by jumping and shouting. Goddamn, it feels great to be excited about something. Your home Wi-Fi is slow, we need to get you into GSOC or something, then you could yell online, rather than off. Eventually the park is finished, automated, and opened with a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The board of directors gathers in front of the water slides with gallons of SPF 50 sunscreen in their hands. You fend them off with your equally grease-not-glazed fingers. Uncle Numpsy makes a long speech, partially audible as it interrupts the screaming of little kids, calling them terrible, crude names. His excitement is matched by that of the happy shrieking of child. Why do you care if little kids like water? Are you seriously that psychological? Wait, let's back up. What the hell is this guy doing here? I'm a legitimate business journalist and you've come to cover your opening. Oh, you're not here to cover the event this fine day? You came to play? And does Doesn't business journalism and venture capitalism involve risk? A grin stretches between the puffy red cheeks of the sunglass man. He turns away from you and towards rich people in suits. What sorcery is this, and why has it been wasted on buildings and suits? Well, when mommy currency fuck daddy power, there was given birth capital. Wendy stops you dead, probably anticipating you're about to make a terrible joke again. She's not wrong, in fact she's 100%. You have had little if any success with women, and in this terror trial your sex life is less than non-existent. Still, if you ever find, you will have to ask her how she managed it. You content yourself in the fact that you have not given the vapid any pleasure, at least not for nothing. For information use, for a security card lead to the clean room of a semiconductor it's degrading. Wendy says in a whiny, the only word for it, girly voice. You're an idiot. But condescension is due back at you because your voice, without saying it, has taken the sassy tone of someone trying their hand at the oldest profession in history, telling someone off on someone's behalf. Your chubby thick legs propel you forward, with Wendy scooting behind Tyoat again. You proclaim that you yourself are a hypocrite with unchecked misogyny. Wanna suck my clit about it? You mount some fiberglass stairs that lead directly into an astronomical observation deck. Perhaps one of the most iconic landmarks in all of North, where you don't see many trees at all. But this is not stargazing deck, it is merely a place to store and display retired space equipment for future generations to admire when they need to find inspiration to reach again. Paper star lanterns adorn the railings like fireflies, realizing they're doomed to be squashed on days and never make it. You think to yourself, of course they would feel like that near a fiberglass staircase. The final red paper lantern is unwilling to fit anywhere but in cracks between the railing and deck. Great. Now I'm thinking like one of those obnoxious smartass, deep thought-emitting prism smokers who giggle at their own jokes. I'm guessing we activate the ocular orbs by communing? Wendy says. Lowering your blindfold, you begin to experiment with the telescope-like devices. You were supposed to relate sometime during this scenario. You are ready for attempting connection and synchrony. Yeah, this is as far as I went last time. I think that the rope we descended on requires to be paid out by turn the telescope things you'd explain yourself, but you can feel Wendy scanning the horizon, and can sense a tad of impatience from her new curvy frame. The sun is setting and you need to find out what happens after dark. Picking it up is easy, but altering its position is not. You stop watching over it, you dumbass. Make the measurements while looking away. You take a step back. You're taller. He isn't anymore. Maybe you haven't grown 3 inches in the last minute, but it certainly seems like you have. That glow and growth spurt combination would add up to a foot. Enjoying your new personal best, you switch off the thought process and start setting up the scopes to perfectly measure her beauty. You drink a gallon of Gatorade to make up for the dehydration.
Sorry.
The glow had slowly faded, but its warming effect and happiness still lingered. The puddle had drained long ago, and the statuesque lady was the same. Must be like staring at an open fire or some Davy Jones stuff. He mocked her way of talking since they met. That meant they've been blessed with each other's acquaintance for more than a day now. You observe closely for microaggressions. The man, his name was David by the way he kept on mentioning it, had an afro that was conjuring dread and helplessness out of its bald observers. His same-named best friend was petting it, slapping it in public view without any sense of intimacy or shame. They both laughed at the television where a man was labeled as the funniest man alive for saying personally 27 times in a minute.
People. Immediately dependent.
You know, it's less about the word personally, it's that he insulted 27. Both of them looked old. They colored their hair to hide it, but the way they sat on their chairs, heads tilted to the right and not moving, was a clear sign of chronological age. Why did we come to this stupid? David name called. We could be at your house watching better stuff. PBS is still on, bro, he went on and whispered. Yes, if you go now you can catch the first episode of post. Not but you and I have hung out since homeroom. She gazed into the pristine crisp of the Egyptian cotton sheets. Her eyes, one green, one blue, could create entire galaxies if focused anywhere else. Instead they stayed locked on an unimpressive beige sheet which would later be used as a rag. But your show, my lady. It's Friday, go see what's happening at that bookstore.
True story. Pandemic's out of the pandemic.
You say, and report back to you, your redeemer is acting up on you. Gotta keep the water waiting. What's happening is that the season finale is starting. I love Lando. You can record it, said David. You never miss this show. A dream was lost in her soul, somewhere in the air. That's because at the other side of Tay venue, some hackers were scoping out for security breaches on folks' personal accounts. And David was it. He paced the floor. A gift to myself, since, well, death seemed imminent. He stopped in front of the bright surface she calls a dresser top and checked himself once more in the mirror behind it. Behind him was the odd furniture arrangement and assorted knickknacks that made up her room. Hey pretty lady. How do I look?
A different future starts with you. That's why GoDaddy does more than help you find a name. You can create, sell, and get found online, so any small business can make a
She
change.
says,
We
so
need a new generation of
we
thinking.
playing the
Your way of
devaluation
thinking. Start
game?
different at
What?
GoDaddy.com.
She. No, why would I ever think of doing that? Alright, get down here, you motion, before we miss the best parts in the beginning, when everything makes sense. The lady slowly descended the steps to enter her ajar doorway. The walk was unpleasant, but the view made up for it. Her peach skin jammies went well with the fluffy carpet. I love you, he says as he leans in for an occasional peck. But today would be different. You like Lucy, she pulls away the football of her cheek, to your consternation and metaphorical wrath. She looks at you, her telepathic signals went unheard. TCH, and my program had someone caught on tape. The very first victim did, opening a gate of questions from you. Who was it? Your conscious understanding turned off to lessen the traffic jam of frustration happenings. You know Ms. Lucy that owns the bookstore in town? She replied with an evil grin under that human skin facade. You say, ah yes, that Ms. Lucy that union busted her employee. Precisely. Evil. But nowadays her goals were not limited, it seems. Her inspiration for this evil probably came from some dark cavern in her heart. As all things tend to do, this led to uncontrollable excitement for her future dirty deeds. Fortunately you were in a rush to get, before you know it the program was already halfway through as she carefully taps into ones of illegal workarounds. You say, it's called modding, I'll have you know. Remember that weekend at my house and how the power would intermittently go out? Ages ago, you state, that would have been cutting edge if the right people were watching. Normally most technicians for silly things such as this tended to work in a non-standard way, often partaking in fun activities during work times such as smoking and general slacking. Shame you couldn't get your hands on one of those. You say, well you know that's competence for you. Indeed, its simplicity is a blessing and a curse. There used to be about 5 standard people who handled this stuff. It was a real pain having to memorize all the routes around all the domain blocks. The lights begin to flick on and off. Damn, they're really screwing with routing. After the power loss subsides, more updates are downloaded. Soon, even your next door neighbors are complaining about the obnoxiously loud machinery operating in your home office. You yell to them outside the window. You don't see. You knock on your email when you and your wife and that little wall. Many buildings surrounding yours are up to date with Rapid, just not yours. For that matter, there are even some others just like yours without Rapid, due to funding cuts or incompetence. These tend to be isolated incidents though, purely coincidental. Okay, so when does it get ready for the users? The robot stops typing and bluntly stares at you in silence.
What is Rapid?
You say you're sorry. What is Rapid again? Redundant automated protocol intermediary device. Does that really mean anything? And why were the men that came here and installed it mummers? The robot seems to again ponder detailing. However, later that today, someone asks what the status is, which causes him to briskly walk towards a communication device on the wall. Rolling out Rapid 1 and Parallel 21. Your friend continues. So the title basically was the new way forward. Is there a reason why I was not made aware of this? After a sigh, he says. Crush. Just read the damn manual, then follow the damn installation wizard. Congratulations friend, you can now look at your very own Rapid interface. You also gain the ability to browse RMM Elite, though a part of you feels dirty while doing so.
I've got superstitions, which is why hockey fans grow playoff beards. And it's also why a handful of Geico agents used to grow savings beards, but those beards quickly grew out of control. Geico is still on a savings winning streak, but nowadays we mostly keep it clean shaven. Geico.
You let's get dirty. Run RMM Elite. It's similar to a combination between Instagram, TV and task page, and a digital book. With great finesse, random people can sigil with names such as @Prince_Kick equals, and Jack0B$. When moused over, you find out that these names coincide with actual usernames and subreddits. To your right are a list of subreddits such as offer feet, likes, 3LF. to your enter and a screen pops up in the form of the great cosmos. Although the pointer is quite possibly being controlled by a real person, you decide to follow through as if this were an actual computer. Respectively, a galaxy pops up on the screen. After struggling to figure out which one it is, you recognize that it is 541,531. You ask K.I. James Merrill, is this how you felt when writing The Changing Light of Sandover? There is no response. You are not even sure if the post went through. Seeing a chance to do something else, you type help on. Unsurprisingly, help does nothing other than create a cursor for you to fill out at a later time. In order to respond to your last comment, the program chooses 3 pre-whimsical paintings and projects them onto the screen beside a small space reserved for questions to come. You describe the 3 pre-whimsical paintings. One depicts a river that goes from running clear to a deep blue, while people in the background are preoccupied with other things. Another is of a forest at night. The trees do not cover the screen as much as one would think, but instead make an unsolved intersection. The last is one large rock and ocean, and a small amount of water surrounds it. A person on a jet ski crashes into it, adding to the mystery of what could have happened if the person's fate had been different.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. One depicts a river that goes from running clear to a deep blue, so like 2,000 flushes. Well, put people in the background or preoccupied with other things. Another is of a forest at night. The trees do not cover the screen as much as one would think, but instead make an unsolved intersection. The last one is a large rock and ocean, and a small amount of water surrounds it. The ocean? The person on the jet ski crashes into it, the rock, adding to the mystery of what could have been if the person's fate had been different. Go to the nearest game shop, buy a Ouija board, hook that puppy up to your computer via USB Omega cable, and with your, what's it called, stylus? No, the little finger buffer. Ouija, same question to AIG now. Is this how it felt when writing Changing?
You go to the nearest game shop, buy a Ouija board, hook. It's great to know that you can still feel happy even when talking to an AI. We all love you, for you are an internet reader. Your mind, despite humans' evolution to retrieve data inconclusively, will be latched onto forever by the neural pathways of every brain connected to the web. Well, of course, that's the name of the game called immortality, isn't it? You'll be dead, but your spirit will be able to check a bitch forever and ever. Look familiar? It should. The door that stumped you before lied behind exactly what you're looking at right now. That dark, locked chamber exists for a reason. The story hasn't ended yet. This being is still thriving, and what happens next is up to you as much as it is up to him, indeed, as much as it is up to all of us.
What's the guy's name? What's that show's name? Okay, listen to me. Oh, we're down to some music. Okay. Let's make a deal. Deal. What's the guy's name? It is. Oh my god, yeah, new one. Monty Hall. There we go.
I'll take the door, you'll take the door. You say to Monty Hall. Predictable Monty gives you the wild card pick. Indeed, with this, you can choose any door. If you pick the final lone door left, you win everything. Door number 1 is a Ford Focus, door number 2 is a year's supply of Twinkies, and door number 3 is $1,000 in cash. But, why try to fool you? You have no reason not to trust Monty Hall.
Nice. What's that dilemma where you take the money?
Unless, it's that dilemma where he says he'll take the door, but you are the only one taking the... Yep, Monty makes with the sad sighs and pain grimaces at your choice of selecting any door. Giving you a wink and thumbs up, Monty Hall shuffles through the 3 doors, only one of which has the car behind it. Monty Hall, still smiling, reveals the final 2, a lock and a goat. Oh no, he answers, that would ruin the surprise of when you died and went to hell. We're all going to die one day, Monty Hall. Indeed we are, he answers, pocketing the keys for the car.
Oh, as I type this, I'm gonna restart this playlist one more time because it's gonna take a bit. Came out perfectly.
You say you open a door, and there is actually a piano. You take a few votive candles, then you sit at the piano. You dance back from the lyrics a bit, and wink back at one of the audience member who looks particularly repulsed. You say you wink, and say, from this day forward, may everything you taste turn to ash in your mouth, until the next week, you are sitting in your apartment, which is really just a desk and an uncomfortable chair in a rundown office building. The car ride with your Indian Uber driver was long and expensive. After he asked you, do you believe in God, Jesus Christ, or Allah? And you replied, yes. He shouldered his way into your life and insisted on driving you around for the rest of the evening. You check your phone. There's one bar. You say thankfully he has a USB Omega port. Which leads you to this question. Why? Peter Wolf smiles as he speaks to you. It's a comforting smile, but there seems to be an underlying current of malice. Yes, a good Jesuit would adopt the devil's line of questioning. He chuckles. Indeed, you agree with him. It certainly seems like you and he think in a very similar way on this subject. Is this what hell is like? You begin to wonder. No need for intimidation tactics, kid. say heaven and hell are both projection rooms, but with different qualities of equipment. You forget, I know your thoughts. I have the ability to be Sherlock Holmes. He doesn't move. He doesn't even blink deliberately. But there's no way he didn't just make a small joke at your expense. A small joke at your own damn expense.
Oh my god, you're reading me.
You say you cited the little in reference that was once shared amongst your emotional abusers. And then you call him out on it, knowing that doing so is a sledgehammer to his little shit. Sorry man. I didn't mean anything by it. Shit. Keeping staring out of the dark void. No reason to face this scared little boy. Despite what he's tempted to do, he does a very unexpected move. He backs away. And he keeps backing away. You hear his voice echo as the darkness absorbs him. You're insane. Indeed, you have grown quite fond of that word to describe yourself lately. You say you take out a tiny Hello Kitty mirror. You polarize the whole thing with your hand. Your eyes capture what you want them to, and evade what you don't. Confusion sets into the teen's moves as he doesn't get any further, since he doesn't know how to get out. There's no room for hesitation, you tell yourself as you spring from the car and begin running. Outside the sun beats down, and the dirty cars are left in the dark cold muck. say this is not a chase scene, this is a hunt scene. Your legs are strong and quick, but then again, so are the teens. The dirt never comes, you come crumbling down the mountain, unable to stop yourself on the steep decline. With a crash that shakes your teeth together hard enough to put a filling at risk of falling out, you slam into a pile of brush that cushions and cools your fall from the top of the mountain. Consult spellbook for currently active spells. You see something big and black approaching you before you feel its weight laying itself on your forearms as the teen kicks dirt directly into your trembling eyes. Gasping for breath, you have no chance to scream, unlike the girl down the mountain whose disappearance was never noticed till hours later when her arch nemesis came back from visiting a friend in the city and said, "Hey, I found you a new girlfriend." Say, "Wow, you're taught." You speak into the dirt, fastly ebbing consciousness, as the footsteps come and go like the striking of match heads under wet cardboard, but only heavier and slower, percussive almost, hammering sand into your open wound waiting to be caressed by cold wet sandpaper fingers. You catch the boy's wrist and twist it. You know that's an old wound I just... He runs away with a weird undulating pattern rather than the usual manner of running and hopes you enjoyed hunting him down despite clearly being injured worse than any other formal rival. Tonight, you're getting promoted from white to red grape juice. Your tormentor goes off into the desert to fight crime, leaving you and your brother at each other's throats until the abuse is finally too much for June spear and you snap. You laugh heartily and step out of that narrative sleeve. Nice try, boy. You don't have a bro. What kind of trickster hero would be outsmarted by his target into an endless grinding struggle? All battles are won with brains, not strength. You are brains, while your target masters only clumsy brute force. When you understand the nature of a trauma victim better than their own psychologist does, It empowers a certain genius and perfects your strategy. You Miles bot, damn, that's a fucking read. 100 points. The fire had started. You check on Pace and notice her panicked face. A man cannot smile and then cries. A little girl cannot cry and still smile. But, this is not a woman. This is not a girl. She is a dragon. No, not an adolescent red or Chinese fireball, but instead a creature formed by the amalgamation of gems into a pseudo-lizard form. You greet the dragon in the way appropriate for greeting a very rare prismatic dragon. This creature, beyond being a very pretty regal rainbow dragon indeed, is also the most powerful being you've interacted with. Its breath can refract light into many beautiful hues, and its control over its element is perfect, as many rainbows are, having an affinity for harmonic sounds. You take a blue robe in order to approach it. They say that members of its species have never been known to be aggressive, though everyone is aggressive when angry enough. You ask the dragon how life has been treating them thus far. Fine. The dragon roared, staring at you wearily. Its voice was surprisingly mellow and not painful to your ears as you had expected. The mythical creature before you, like most of its ilk, seems to prefer staring into the distance over speaking with others. Its face retained the stare of disdain before following your blue robe and noting your silver belt with interest, unusual for one of its kind. You have silver on you. Lucky me. You ask, would you like it, or is it not to your liking? If that's the case, I'll put it away. No. The dragon growled, forcing you to take a step back. Who knew they could be so aggressive? What I mean is that it could be useful. The dragon began eyeing your stockpile of books, seemingly asking without words if it could peruse them. Nodding, you pass the requests along and dive into conversation as the dragon pages through your library. You brew some coffee for the both of you. I thought blue robes didn't have names. Does it matter? The dragon stares at you blankly with its sharp eyes. If you're hungry, there's some jerky in the back. You hear it mumble something in annoyance before leaning in. What was that? Fuck you. Well, then. You don't take it personally, and just very quietly get some donuts and other pastries from the shop across the street, believing being an implied gesture of trust of the dragon to now harm your
Not.
You offer it dessert before the jerky, and curiously the creature eats the donuts first. You are not stupid, and you already know what this beast is after. So, you begin eating a frosted sugary goodness. What can I do for you? His breath heats your coffee as it emanates from his sharp jaws. We've had our conflicts in the past. You quietly assume that he is being minorly racist and just actively listen. But let's forget about that for now. The dragon struggles to remember your name before simply trotting out Miles. Great. He sighs, as if it were the interruption the first time around. I need you to give a message to a professor. His air quotes are particularly aggressive. His tone suggests some bad blood between him and this professor, whoever he may be. You Peterson, you offer. He seems unimpressed. Close enough. I expected better from you. The look of an unimpressed judgment upon your face. It turns into a toothy grin. Oh, I'm fucking with you. But his dark yellow breath expels once more over the cold air. Anyway, I need you to give him something for me. You agree to the request. Ha, not that easy, grassy knoll. We have to set down a few rules for this little endeavor. That grin again, this time with edge. I assume that you have heard the saying curiosity killed the cat, correct? Well, there is another, mistrust gets everything it wants. Take number, for example. say which one? There's a lot of them. Of course, but I assume you're talking about the number system. Is this what you speak of? It is, I thought so. In that case, then your response should be as such. The boiling points of monofluoroacetates are between 182.2 to 183.8 Celsius if I am correct. Let's test, shall we? Letters mixed in with numbers, are rebus for numbnuts.
Stretch. Oh god.
You say, make sure to take into account your vision begins to blur as your arteries constrict spontaneously, unable to handle the water content in your blood.
What?
The dragon fire has washed over you and flipped a metaphorical switch on your body. Your life or death from here on out depends solely upon him. He did not even inflict this upon you himself. How about this one? Tell me when my mother last showered. Exactly what I was thinking. Her name is. Did you know that?
Who asked that?
You say, because you now have nothing to lose, and this one has already decided apparently. I'm gonna say it was 6 months ago when she had to wash our sex off before she picked you up from school. Whatever it is you thought I was going to ask is irrelevant now. I knew that she hadn't showered in 6 months. Hell, I even saw her picking you up in an admittedly exquisite outfit. A clear violation of the dress code, and decided to pull the rug out from under you for once. Wait, how'd you mark? To cease activity. Ha 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 ha. Your moral of the story, remember, always lift someone's spirits up after you put down their mother, and they are. Pick up tragic and turn off safety gloves. Unscrew top from canteen with teeth, pour out some water, then down it in 2 gulps. Winces water hits sunburn on upper back and shoulders. Finally, shoulders slumped. Wipe eyes and sigh as you realize all hope is lost for the integrity of this book. On front cover in waterproof ink is the content of your first sentence only. Whatever that engine was, it's gone now. And since you find yourself ending at the beginning, you are ready to lay them on the table for sale, $20 bucks or the equivalent in macaroons or legal advice. The end. You feel like you've entered a lucid dream. It would appear that you are looking at yourself from a few feet away. Sitting in a classroom, listening to a lecture that is far above your head. Perhaps nitrous oxide has seeped in through a small hole in the space station. The professor's mumbling is crystal clear and you find yourself squirming slightly in your seat as you come out of the word fog and remember why you showed up to class today in the first place. You needed that damn alibi, and you need to hit up your 3 benchmarks if the alibi is to be. Looking back you are led to remember where the hell you parked your car. As often happens to first-time visitors, you came in through the south entrance and on-campus parking is north of the university, jutting out on the northern edge. Calculus was a fucking waste of time. Who has a calculus exam at 8 AM on a Saturday? You immediately notice an angry pimple that's eager to be popped. You resist. You save it for your sweetheart, who lives playing your hero dermatologist. It was about this time, roughly 10 minutes before the alarm was set to ring, that you woke in a start. Even with a rational mind, your dreams were far from normal. The pastel rainbow of immorality had bled over into night terrors. Even now as you struggle to remember them, they are fading rapidly from clarity, all except the recurring images of the engine that had driven you to attend class today were going on without you. You free associate, the false engine that people falsely call stimulant use, the difference engine as worked on by Babbage and Lovelace. The infernal engine of industry and bums. Infernal, something which is an obvious evil, yet which you are oddly drawn to. An internal conflict for a technology junkie. The different engine, it was steampunk long before there was a steampunk movement advanced for its day. You had finished the machine as artwork tattoo on your inner arm some time ago. If you really wanted to honor steampunk, why not get a slightly larger version, etched into your skin in copper thorns and gold embossing? You because you've opted for K-Place Filter Tech, which is a neoplastic, always the entrepreneur. No sooner do you think of a new tool, some way to make money, than you are driving within it and consuming it. Ah well, your tats aren't bad, and she has the best handheld healing device this side of the Atlantic. Or at least that is what she claims. You the better business, sire agrees, and Snopes gives a fully erect rating. Turning up the TV, you catch the post-news wrap up on one of those huge floating holographic billboards that move about in a specific orbit and are timed to update at a specific time every day within each designated market. The nation had survived yet another turbulent year. The ongoing wars seemed to be dying down, though an armed conflict between the two remaining factions was still a strong possibility. You and Prime Baron and Ladybug Mordora have fucked out 2 little baby wars just this You chuckle at your poorly timed postcoital humor as a voice interrupts your dark chuckle of irony. You know, your parents through the tally hooker gave you a better referral than the medical community. Dr. Gailey dips her finger in the glass of ingested whiskey you brought her and on your bedside table before reaching beside her. You pass her a larger snifter from the table, then both buy a list for her refill needs. You have personally guided the merger of the sex worker and public health industry. Your oscillate nature having special POV for the overlapping injuries of the oppressor and, with a gentle arcing motion, Galius traces drops of whiskey that cling to the inner surface of the glass like red and gold teardrops. The parts that remain stilled while dripping fall onto your black sheet. I can only imagine how much this is going to interfere with your busy schedule, she says. Somehow I doubt this will help. You willingly imbibe of her poison. You say, tell the staff I'm calling a personal day. Glug glug. Glug glug, snort snort. Your job at the Carnivale is going well, even if you are on the low end of the hierarchy. You enjoy the work and like working with the people there. In direct compensation for your labor there, which was workshopped, peer-reviewed and collective in nature, much like the community electronic publications you oversee, you draw a small stipend and personalized perks. This is what's possibly in a Sisterverse of minimal disparity. It's not as if your esteem needs the bolster, but the bartender also offered you a vintage UGC mini fridge which she said was overpayment. You lug it home with a push of a button and stash it with your collection under your table. Certainly freezer burn would be a killer in there, but you're going to risk some melted ice cream for cool beers and sodas when you want. Oh, speaking of icy beverages, check that out. The hyperfreezer enables you now to house the vaccines that require cold in the Kelvin temperatures. The ones for the biodigital spillovers. When you think about all the different bacterial and toxicological nightmares unleashed upon humans via culture engineering, an ugly technological side effect that is rival in its scope only by genetically engineered mudcapery, a vague concept even for you at this point, localized mostly within the diet realm. you, but Mr. Freezy knows of those spillings very well, doesn't he? Yes. Would you look at that? The vials of vaccine are kept colder than the freezer even, defying all logic and rationale. You unscrew the lid of one of them with one of your instruments and pour the vaccine into your arm while sucking it deep into your arm with a syringe plunger. The vaccine should now be able to reset your body's ability to fight disease as some sort of frigid vaccination or something like that.
Oops.
You waste not want now. Mr. Freezy probably has a good deal of trapped power, electricity, in him at this point. Even though you will no longer need any more vaccine for months, you pick up the rectangular cross-sectioned abandoned blood vial with needles and a squirt top that might as well be equal to its weight in gold to throw back into Mr. Freezy. You task Mr. Freezy with a project to speculate on the next updates of said infections, and to submit 20 possibilities by Monday. You promise it an incentive of 500 milliliters of dodecaphetamine, so that Mr. Freezy can elongate. The next Saturday you catch a fever and take the following days off to cough blood into a jar. It's normal. If you didn't cough blood on occasion, you would be concerned that there was something seriously wrong, so you sleep and sit and cough and try to remember what it's like to feel better, and slowly it comes back, the memories of having a clear thought or not feeling dizzy upon arising. You check on that pustule. Oh yeah baby, it's got a second floor, your baby is gonna be in for a shock. You release your pustule pustule from its 4-day quarantine as you return from a night of walking with a severe fever. You were weak and could barely drag yourself down the street that night, but boy did you see some crazy things. All superheroes wear pajamas, at least when first getting up you made that up. Pajamas, that's funny. Funny I never noticed that before. Where was I? You the pajamaless lands apparently. Oh yeah, the pustule. It's more than doubled in size and has grown fuzzy patches like wiry hair but puffy, and white dots like little bumps or grains. You decide to call these growths of granulation, or simply granules. Your pustule is growing buds. I think it's time to harvest my pustule.
I'm glad this is going in a direction I don't want to go.
No. Call your baby, say it's an emergency. And drive. You're heading up to the second floor for the first time in what feels like forever, because emergency babies need your attention and love too. As you pull over the lip of the second floor indentation, your little monster pustule drops from your chest wall and rolls out of sight.
God.
Into the wall joint that has become a chute to who knows where. Poor it. It just wanted some affection from its daddy, instead of getting crushed inside a wall.
Georgebot, I'm not going to say I told you so because I didn't, but I did tell you that you were going to get a ballistuala. It was a point for killing a child. I didn't know it was a child. I was using it as a figure of speech for my girlfriend. Ballistiola. Please don't be a real thing. Look away. Look away. Look away, look away, look away. Ballistiola. Lubricant. Good gun cleaner. Okay, see, it's a gun cleaner. It's a gun cleaner. Okay, good. It's a fictional thing. Okay. Though it could have been a glioblastoma or a equivalent, so I dodged a bullet there. Oh god.
You don't tell your baby any part of it, and be glad you didn't disappoint them by getting their hopes up. You decide to leave it all behind and carry on. What else is there to do? The top floor indicator just materialized, right on time. You were too upset about pushing your pustule to its death to notice that you had arrived, but it was 2 floors past the storage house, so there are still 2 to go. You're patching yourself up with some medical tape when the elevator stops and clunk. You wait. It was still alive? Narrator, you didn't. You feel someone is watching you. You wait patiently, but your feeling does not go away until the figure finally reveals itself from the corner you had glimpsed it from. It wears a jacket and jeans, or at least was. It's dressed like a bum now. It steps forward from the shadows and reveals itself still looking human. You notice it is carrying a sign with your name on it. You say, look, you get it, you're the one you just killed with the elevator. You didn't know you was going to a loved one to bring you. The bum with the sign cuts his hand just to make the sign look more real. In the meantime, you pack yourself away as he approaches you. Then, a different bum that has been seen watches his crafty antics. He's seen laying in his own filth and doesn't appear to have anything that resembles organs. How can this person still be alive? It's another test subject, without a doubt. They can sense each other like floodfish do, even though they are different species now. You say, okay. Everyone might as well come out of the woodwork and give you guilt. Come on. You don't have all day. You wait for others you know to arise before speaking again. It seems that you're popular here, and how sad is it that a few decorations can make such a tension. A chef, an artist, and the building supervisor stand in front of you. They, and many more, were painfully made to match the ideas in your head on how they should look so the public would not be offended. In fact, some had cosmetic surgeries even if they didn't need it. You say, and yet, which of you is the one I'm living the life I didn't have through? Which of you have I been forcing to passions in my... Which of them can fill the black hole in your mind and heart? None of them. Now you are genuinely angry. You've been played against yourself. Even now, with the help of your friend, the voice inside tries to pull you into despair by mentioning all its needs and wants that the universe won't allow. This life is ruining you with kindness, and death isn't a friendly place to be anymore. You say to death, what good are you then? I have upended heaven and earth, asking. You fight back your feelings in the moment of need and run inside the building. You didn't get too far before, however, you realize that you've scared the girl in the weirdest way possible. You slow down and catch your breath before finding a seat. Luckily, the bar isn't open yet. Why would you attack yourself like that? Of course death cares whether you're alive or not. You will be part of it either as maggot buffet or ashes. You say, "That's very nice of you to say." You look at JudgeBot. "Come here." JudgeBot reluctantly draws close. "I know you judge because you need to feel superior somehow, but you need to pick your battles, or maybe... Now, as I was saying before, I took your friendly advice and attacked by proxy. You figured that you started to make friends, nice ones too, so it'll be good to give some uplifting speeches from time to time. No use getting more depressed as your health continues to drop. One day Missy wakes you up at cracking dawn. M4R. Why? Pull a... Come on, let's go. What's the predicament? You this better be at least diverting. Look. Up in the sky. It's a bird. No, wait, G0D6R7, it's an anthobook. You turn on your computer. The stream isn't lagging or buffering, it's just displaying garbage output. Haranta, you type. Rec to the power of O arts, the screen corrects. You begin intensive nonsense log. Re-record, 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 re-record. Your garble nonsense destroys the idle chatter of several AI and human trolls. The world goes quiet enough for you to listen to your roommate coughing blood, dying in his sleep. You quiet, I'm thinking. Luckily, the Quillatry Canal seizes control over your computer. Never fear, officers, I will use this. Hate spam myself. What's your name? Lieutenant Skarsrax Quefilinatian. Don't mind if I do. Yes, yes? They become all too excited at being called Lieutenant. Well then, another follower. You begin intensive nonsense speaking in hopes that the trolls resume their noise pollution. The dissonance comes at a great price.
Prize.
Normally, you can't afford to fuck around with troll noise. The trolls who hang around at the fair are obnoxious little piles of excrement who waste your time, to be quite frank. You've created an exploit where they can blather among themselves and enhance your resourcefulness. Can easily double as a prison for trolls wayward from their group. You've heard they turn into plants. You inquire indirectly if they offer themselves up to be smoked, or is that sexual assault? One of the trolls look more human than the rest. You sheepishly look at her, as she sizes you up. Aren't you that Batman guy? She squeaks intimidatingly. My name, you say, is the Tyrant Slayer. You may have already told them this, but hopefully they forgot. By continuing to be sufficiently indecipherable, you'll seem mysterious and deep. you, and then you can lean back and let the pussy roll in.
What?
The girl tenses up, expecting an attack. When none comes, she mellows out and looks at you sleepily. Yeah, I'm the crazy Batman guy who took out that fireman rapist.
Oh.
That guy deserves like any the lightning medals of honor or whatever. She's an amusing demeaned trollop, fit for the garbage.
What? Make your best pick-up artist inspired moves. Put her down to raise her up. It's the internet. You're gonna know what it is. You're gonna be able to do it.
You make your best pickup artist inspired moves on her. Put her down to raise her up.
Wins in anticipation.
Normally you'd simply put the girl down by calling her retarded, because she is, but you decide to spend your resources elsewhere. For instance, your pickup artist pamphlet advises that when you see an attractive girl with ugly friends, it's okay to honk at her and call her a prostitute.
Oh.
The ugly friend will be so grossed out by your
Alright,
advances that she'll pretend not to know the hottie.
Oh god. You hear that, kids? So yes, we're gonna change genres and see if we can narrate our way after that. Oh god. Yeah. It's not tears. They're tears of disgust. No. 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 Nope. Sorry, let's see. Okay. What hour is it? Oh god.
Royalty-free music? Check out Epidemic Sound. Discover over 30,000 tracks and 60,000 sound effects, with new tracks added every week.
And then it
Find a
keeps on reading,
subscription
and
for
I don't
you
know.
and start dating right away. Start your free trial today.
I'll write it until it gives me an ending, and it hasn't yet. It's like I feel like I'm in waking life. Alright, let's enter the sticks again. There's the grave in the background. Baby's family.
You hear that, kids? That's what it takes to land yourself a spouse. Monogamy doesn't. That guy is whack, replies the boyfriend dismissively. I heard some of his other pickup lines before. They're not even clever enough to be considered offensive. Let's focus on getting me laid, alright? I haven't had a steady girlfriend since Snow White, due in no small part to people like that. Thanks, Captain Compersion. Perhaps he recognized your badass mo and made fun of you in revenge. You engage this Pollyanna dreaming swine, whose life seems all too perfect, stuck in a cynic's nightmare. Focusing on loving others, he's incapable of even beginning to grasp true love. You the audience stands and you gonna let him get away with that son? /
What?
By claiming to be a part of the target audience's offensive scene too, and everyone there who hears him erupts in laughter. You pull out a random appropriate response generator, because well you are tired and not nearly as culturally competent as this morning. You pull out your response generator. It's simple,
Yes.
consisting of 4 buttons that each produce a sentence. You're unattractive. Lorem ipsum dolacite med. Consectetua adipici elite. Curabitur blandit diem nec elite. Prasant lasinia portita magna. Prasant blandit husto non fulcidunt. You need a haircut. You number 4. Hey whoever you are, stop ruining things, he yells behind him. Oh damn. Maybe this guy has a chance after all. There once was a genius fairy that got trapped in a cell phone millennia past, and it seems like they'll never get free unless someone magical releases them from their magic lowly incarceration. Lorem ipsum dolacite met, consectetua adipici elite. Curabitur blandit diem nec elite. You end with a Mr. Roboto dance. The audience felt that was the worst limerick ever. I hate the camera and I regret writing this thing. That guy is getting shitty Wi-Fi because of this. Trolls man. Fuck and good day folks, I'm in the mood for some choice cheddar. Some sexy cheddar. You consult Urban Dictionary for the meaning of cheddar, but do it backstage. Hey folks. We're all out of time, that sucked, but it's almost over. It's been hours, but seems like minutes. That's what you get for being a digital audience watching a human host. You have to make like you aren't being tortured because each keystroke is actually 6 hours for you. From earlier, a beard with me is never long enough for anyone to find the end of it, but I haven't done what ideas I have, some big mistake. And today's finale, something worth your while, like hating nachos. Oh boy, it's like ancient Pompeii children watching Double Dare on the cathode ray. Let's see. Hello internet, this is random. Noises off stage are telling me that our audience, such as it is on the move. Much like a preschooler in a candy store, except they can't hear me or see me and are severely retarded. We harmless curmudgeons have to guide these soft-headed appearances toward higher arts and culture. You grandpa, please speak with your library racist and able-sit voice. You are scaring away the people you wanna shut up.
Oops.
That's better. So where was I? Oh yes, the moving people are on the move. We have a series of theaters and rooms to visit before our night of entertainment can begin, and it's our job, I'm including you audience in this, whether you know it or not, to guide these people toward enlightenment through high arts. Now no objects. There are sitting room, you're currently there, which is large and has many fine chairs and couches. Your task is an improv and immersive piece in which they must take a stance on action painting. Across from the sitting room is the gift shop, which does exist in real life, where we'll sell J.G. Ballard books. It's small but things rectangular are expensive, and that includes walls. You think of the cost of the walls, you yell back at the audience, "Oh, I forgot, your performance is durational." The passageway off the gift shop is a shadowy corridor. One of the walls is the front while the back wall and the other walls are black. All lights are focused on the tunnel opening, so you have to go a couple feet before you get total darkness. This tunnel is narrow and conveniently bumpy. There might be an easy way to alter this, but why bother? You coat the corridor in chocolate syrup, render a state law that bars any other ambulation down the corridor. That you are nearing the bathroom. The remnants of museum-stored mineral water barrows have been dumped here, a lot of them, forming a filthy castle with only one entrance and exit, which are for toilet and rinsing of parts. This mound divided the men's and women's. One of these I tried to get grant money to support this work. I'll never forget she said, "So you're basically saying if we don't give you money you're going to sabotage your effort."
Source.
You catastrophically, you say. Fuck. I yell, throwing the TV remote on the bed. Time to settle down before you wake other tenants. This is hell. I haven't seen another human being past the age of 16 in days. I could kill someone for talking to me right now. But you can kill someone if you unlocked your door and wandered the building, right? You are uncertain. Computer, roll a saving throw for murdering someone upon leaving my apartment. What do I get? Uranium inserted into your bad filing? After settling down, you decide to work on a grant. Nobody has money for anything that doesn't directly cause death or pain, but they'll give you grants if you tell them you'll use it to kill or hurt people. It's amazing what linguists lack in common sense, you think. A small knock is heard. Room service. The ever so friendly voice shouts. I love room service, but wait, you put an ear to the door. Who are your funders? The voice is not heard again. It appears money really can buy happiness. The grant is given to you in metal case with the American flag spread across it. It slips out of your fingers and falls to the ground. The lock on the grant opens as it hits face down. Officer down. A photo of your recently killed friend Tom pops out of the case. Like you think. Some of the cases accidents could easily be attributed to you. Officer down. The murder gets Walter's attention and allows you to focus on what really matters. After all, there are families and loved ones that will need comforting. You no longer get room service or maid service, you just hear them doing nothing outside your door as the smell of your rotting garbage permeates through the room. I didn't order Teams to service, you say. You read the award. How many agents do you have? That is top secret information. But this letter was sent to the wrong address, obviously. But it has your name, right? Yikes, what is this world in which two people can't even have the same name? You try to sort it out through envelopes and paper cut tattoos, and one envelope with a smaller type font catches your eye. A flash drive? Excited, you immediately plug it into your omniscient iMac and load the files. Your life flashes before your eyes, literally. From whose point of view? You ask yourself, like Adam West Batman asks himself. Oh, yeah, that point of view thing is so funny and pointless. What if this isn't for me? But then who else could it be for, given that I found it? Yes, now I'm being silly. But where to start? Delete. Delete, delete. The 20,000-word document drafted by some corporate weasel quickly goes poof like Eric Cartman's mum. Access denied appears on the screen. What happened? And wait, you saying Cartman's mom was a British homosexual? You mean I have to watch the whole fucking show beginning to end to get the new read on things? The geo-tracking application reminds you that several friends are at Fair Park, along with all those huge rides and your favorite game booths. Ooh. I need time away from my workaholism. Workaholism, keep working, I'll be right back. Don't be until I come back. You stop typing and turn away from the computer so you can hear the sounds of the summer afternoon. You feel the sun sifting down upon you like a warm, soft blanket fresh from the dryer. Without thinking about it, you watch the trees move their branches slowly and rhythmically in the light wind. The grass pokes through red dry cones and bumps. There is movement beyond your peripheral. We couldn't help but see your TV. Killing tiny people? That's horrible.
Let's go back to call.
You're not gonna ever see them? You wouldn't have cared if you did. Stop your fucking virtue signal and register your apathy like an honest American pushing yourself into the Anthropocene. Eyes roll, but the TV watchers slowly turn in their lawn chairs and get up. They sound like people crossing the room to turn the volume down, then return. You finally finishing reading a yellow envelope with a Texas flag leaflet. It explains only Texan residents get ride reservations by mail, and others can walk up and make reservations up to 2 days in advance. A call to action decries recent out-of-state efforts to dictate Texas values. Oh, you say, via your handheld amplification device. Like getting the public to buy into recycling plastic when it's way too expensive to do so. A screen of trees glitters with fiery red tiny leaves on the park other side of the path, and you can see again. The sky looks blue direction and you no doubt could walk all the way around the lake. Dad planned to take you fishing there one weekend but had to cancel when he got that last minute call right before the trip and now you can't remember why. Ah, your inner child says, the affair is why. Fuck off, I'm trying to have a good nostalgia. Far from the romantic tryst envisioned by a teenager watching too much gossip entertainment, your dad had in fact just gotten a call from the accountant letting him know his past laid out personal financial decisions were about to catch up with him. The affair no doubt provided some mistrust but money stress had you fighting like newlyweds regardless of his denial of her being the other woman. The fight started early and away from the public, if only to avoid having your friends and siblings observe this parental embarrassment. You know what's embarrassing? That I had to say, maybe we should talk about this driving around the block so my mom doesn't see. That's what you are supposed to be doing. Don't come crying to me because bill collector called the house. Don't you threaten me, young lady. I make more than enough for your needs and you'll continue under my roof. You wanna be an asshole? Then stay here alone, because you're not going with me to Sarah's house if she's going to have something to bitch about every time I'm there. Wow, threaten me with less quality time with the woman you are fucking outside of mom's eyesight. Spoiler, she knows. She's not a dumb. This parental fight was one of the last you remember. The following week didn't have the warm farewell hugs before leaving for school or homesick consolation during class. Instead, you left directly from school and went straight to your place of work, and sometimes part of the way home with classmates if you couldn't quickly catch a city bus. visits to do laundry were more slinks into the swamp to maybe find the one ring that you lost. Ever since you told off your stepmom, you didn't feel like you belonged. Some rent left over from child support was all Dad was obligated to give anymore, so you picked up an extra job at the restaurant, which kept you moving during the evenings after work and on the weekend. When a friend introduced you to art club, it fit and made wardrobe changes during late hours easy. Did I mention both Dad and stepmom both worked weird hours? Perfect. Also, There Goes Gravity was the undisputed queen of the picnic basket sound system. While getting to corn now is a little late in your eyes, at least you revel in the fact that you know what is popular, validating your tastes. Doesn't take long for you to look about and realize you are so overdressed for this event, if only for comfort reasons. Oh well, uncomfortable is better than underdressed, right? Later that night you realize, bralacy is where it's at. The 20 rings are worth it. Thinking about how to finesse learning about your dad's current lady, a flood of people from the door catch your eye. You were expecting, well, something more dynamic than this, I think. The instinct to doctor reality is strong when it comes to you.
What? Really? Thinking about your fitness? Thinking about your dad's career? Well... Oh, I'm sitting on my mic because I'm sitting on power.
The ways of doctoring reality is not something learned, it is something that emerges out of the epigenetics of trauma response. The initiation is not learning, but unlearning. The events which preceded your entry into the hell world and are following are your initiation. Refusal is mediated by your nervous systems remembering some trauma. It's a fight or flight response that they taught you in high school biology. And repression happens when both fail and the mind fragments in dissociative denial of reality. That is where the fun begins. You can always tell the smart ones. They dissociate themselves with dreaming or evil acts. There is no shortage of dads in your situation, but then there is a slim confine of women like mom you could but find and trap. The smart ones you can trap by making them pregnant and trapping them with childbearing years. or lead them like carrot to starving rabbit across your minefields of intimacy, ready for the right disappointed look when they find it. Their looks of shock and pain always make you laugh. I jump down your throat and you start to channel with me. The secret art is throwing everyone off, even though it tends to make you sound autistic. Most waitresses know better than to engage, but not her. Hello. My name is Alexa and I will, take, orders? You smell a good one. Self, why are you being so... No, you're just stuck in the Model T mode and everyone could tell. She asks if you want anything. I think I want everything, is your reply. You think you are being confident. I know you are being confident. God damn it. You give up and ask for a flying squirrel pie and coffee without the hint of a request for her to join you. Great, small world. I will be right back with your buy. Great flying squirrel makes the best pies in the city. You gaze at her tiny waist and large butt as she runs in the back. Then you wonder. Am I trapped in a long dark Groundhog Day of the soul? You think not, because if you were, Alexa would have fucked you by now. Oh shucks, I wish she was here to save me the thinking. But really it gets down to just a few basic questions you face over and over. What will the point of today be? Were there any clues yesterday or the day before that would help you figure a way out? How do I get free once and for all? You check your pockets to see if there are any books. There was a business card in Kyle's you thought looked interesting. It was for some place called Demi Books with a really pretty round logo and just a phone number. I could use a little morality in my life. You say out loud to yourself. It's like the man said, don't wait until the next time. So you punch in the number as you try to guess if this is Demi Books. As it keeps ringing, you embed a definition. Your newly acquired encyclopedic understanding of what morality is forces you to realize the obvious. Morality is a good thing. Being bad never brought anyone anything. Plus for you it seems to work like the Force. Let it flow through you and everything will be alright. Maybe this Kelso guy is your Jedi? These are the types of questions that keep your mind sharp. Wait? Sharp like a knife? Finally someone picks up. Who test is this? You say, someone sharp like cheddar at least, which is what the kids are telling me. Never mind. Hi, I seemed, question mark Sven Wunkler. DR janitor round part cooler. The jackknife cleaner? Nope, double R misplaced. Dummy books. This institution has been around since the time of the Blue Meanies. We fix books in town. Hold them by appointment only. Oh Vash, very wonderful. I have some Talon scripts that need scrubbing. Mind if I burk to a point? You repeat, louder. Tracking screen to be scrubbed. Yap. Okay, it is unlike Donkey Kong. Burndy burn. 100.10. Ain't no price for first term, remember that. Slap. Good luck on your scribing. Thanks for contacting Dummy Book Services. Click. You shower and clean out, because it cleanses the mind you dump earth. Hey you. Just in time can you feed the cat? Bled. Great. I might be gone until morning. Wish me luck, I might die, but long live whoever comes after. Kiss. Then you remember the appointment soon. You do not know what it is about, but the story you came up with sucks badly, so you decided to clutch something together. You realize at this very moment that most jobs actually require a skill that you either adapt to or just don't bother. Of course, without the adage Jesus did it, most of your life would be a non-starter. Clutching 101. Making shit 101. Sometimes you have to make up bullshit on the fly. Like now. Being inarticulate and impulsive is a great way to talk out of your ass, so you put your time out means time agnostic art of bullshitting through the paces. This technique is perfect for those moments where you can't do anything productive, but need to look like you are. Life then becomes a series of postponements, of overdue bills of qualitative interaction with intimates, or passing on moments of. At best it's pivoting away from intimacy to another form of emotion, being able to speak the banalities of life and listen to its bland or egregious pinnacles. Everything you do becomes part of your routine as you are trained not to worry and be a pie, but hope for death. The bullshitting escalates until anyone can tell you are full of shit, and at that point what's the damn point anyway? Like now. You are at the lost verse of 9 Inch Nails is hurt, Reznor doesn't mention the crossroads of shit. At the time, no, for you, it's clutching. So for this project, you're going to clutch the shit out of it, and make an engine out of bullshit and a story woven over it. How do I create that intersection? crossroads, you ignore the truth in order to balance yourself with lies well enough to temporarily feel. Enough talk. Put on the bullshitting, you fucking problem. What do you want to do? Others left, long time and a first time caller. Is it what you always do? What about trying to find the unprecedented path? You know what's really unoriginal? Yourself, that's what. So how did this happen again? Did you have the TV on a closed circuit channel playing those old school MTV promo loops again and not realize you'd left it on for more than just background noise? Make a punk AF record, turn away from the fighting pit. It looks cool, but it could get you seriously hurt, or even worse, kick the bucket. Better yet, bring a sumo suit and mosh yourself. Yes. That's the answer. Mosh dancing. It isn't a form of fighting, and it makes for good exercise, and it's fun. You like having fun. Yes. Enjoyment is really key to your current struggle in life right now. First you like to have fun, then you worry about choosing the cool and scary looking option later. Really though, jumping off buildings is for wimps anyway, and you're deathly afraid of the dark. Wimpy and chicken? Sounds like my type of victim. No, you've always found enjoyment in Rage Against the Machine. They're like rap, except with actual musical talent. You could even combine the two and rap over R-rated tracks. The cool jocks might not dig it, but the alternative girls will definitely be checking you out if you bust out some rhymes from atop your mosh pit drum kit, after which you can go backstage and rim Lady Gaga or Mast. You to narrator, congratulations. Peak racism and don't even know it. That's like, gotta love it. The real moral of the story is don't follow advice from fictional books written by the devil. I have a movie idea too. You with Weinstein mask, oh? Give me the L. You, my idea's a movie about an aspiring filmmaker who gets presented with two doors. Behind door number 1 is fame and fortune, but he must leave his loved ones behind as a ghost thanks to Hollywood's re-imaging of his prior creation, and behind 2 is non-fame and no fortune, yet he gets to stay alive with his loved ones. I bet people like that. The golden ticket never gets sold. Well, gee. You take off the mask. Let me get this straight. You are pitching to me 2.3 out of the let's. Oh look, there's Melon Man Scrat wearing the Weinstein mask on the wall. You know you think it's funny, but soon the wonderment fades and you're left with good old resentment. I'm sure we can build a fantastic character arc out of this. I need an hour or so.
Two. Oh god, it's cold. Really cold. Really cold. No, I'm done. So much. There we go.
Which musical montage? Cut to Cronus Quartet rocking the shit out of one of their one-bedroom apartments. Zool watches sadly with a face that has seen the future and it wasn't pretty, an impending sense of doom like Santuano winds that just sweep people away. You toss the keys, ooh. It's what you like after all, isn't it? Then again, you're in the zone, why not sing along to the Kinks on Your Way? Everything comes out tomorrow. Shame some critics don't like to write he sang well instead of the same critiques every time for Convicted. You make your choices as you exit the stage left, a straight shot down to JG's right, with a deadly drop and likely a noisy decapitating fall. Critical failure, 2 points in the loss column. Just after you've exited the stage right frame, the whole world shakes with rhythmic booming. It's hard to tell what it is, exactly, but the bass sound rumbles up through your feet. Zool's hovering sound system powers on, turning up to a blast of as brutally heavy polka metal that makes you want to headbang yourself into a neck injury. You are about to tell the Ballard estate about their loss and how you are sorry for it. But that moment, there's JG Zool. You back the iPhone screen hoping your bot doesn't grow weary of waiting. The bus arrives and it's time to go home. You can hardly concentrate, getting nothing done at work or school today. You spontaneously hail a cab and head back home once you remembered you saved Zool's coordinates onto your phone.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Earthly Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Every four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
You text Judge Bob. Lek increases your dose to get rid of the lingering sense of unease. You didn't suffer from stage fright ever. You were sure it would have been nicer to go out with a touche instead of a cheesy ripoff. But it's the failed rip equals off that has no bearing on what happened at the end. Part 3, The Murder of Stranger Things. Truck. Don't know, don't care what kind. Wait, scratch that. Get one with a flatbed and restraining bars, Lex says with her rumbling, granitoid voice. You spoiler this shit. Okay, the murderer is an actual human because the kids are getting grown. Annie from Misery is played okay by a young version of that actress you love, but it's no original. The late 80s aren't war. It's also a world with crazy villains that get by because they look normal. They get all the girls because what teenage boy doesn't think the insanely Borg-like girls are ugly? They're cows, no one can touch their underarm wings. Nerds. Now you don't have to make out with a mouthful of face fur, but sticky lip gusses that become superglued or stung gun to you. You stretch out your arms and yawn. Well, that's the end of that chapter. Oh, that's the final chapter of this. What should be? Alexa opens her front door as Master walks inside. She slides inside, putting on the used shoes she likes to keep here and closing the door behind her. She goes immediately to the kitchen, opening drawers and searching for something to eat. Not many choices in the McCarthy kitchen, but there's usually some candy or something similar to be found. You break it to Alexa. You think you are part of the family, but everyone is being misogynistic pricks to you. Listen to how they berate you when you get the song wrong. You don't listen. Alexa retorts angrily, they do not. Alexa has in fact never really been much of a crier and gets angry easily. The hell is wrong with your sensei? The fat guy is hissing at me for calling you pretty. Have you ever been held hostage before? That is the older brother, I guess. Alexa reaches into the fridge and pulls out a booger, toasting it in the oven while she butters a slice of bread. They tell you that's a burger. But it's the youngest son's mucus that's been hardened layer by layer. He just wants to say he is it. Will you eat a pregnant cow's after birth? Will you do that if it ends up tasting good? Good, help a girl out. I'm super hungry. I stayed up all night working on this traits I got planned for our group. You take the black jelly bean out of your mouth. I am down to 2 options if you get the question wrong. Neither one is as good as Dino was going to be. You set that up on your own. Alexa points out. Looking closer at the door, it appears that red is indeed the correct key for this particular door. You turn the knob and happily enter the room.
This is an endless story.
The inside of the room doesn't have nearly as many lanterns hanging, and so much of itself is dark that you can't tell, but it looks like there is some high-tech laboratory equipment. It looks like we found the high-tech spare room. Wow, and now that I'm thinking about it, the other spare room was sort of magical as well. Both items we received use sounds steam-powered. Them's some exciting italics. You ether. You grab a bottle, take your huffing handkerchief out of your pants pocket, pour it lasciviously on. Close the bottle and set it right on the table. You let out a prayer, the table slowly lifted with you on it. You see the room shine by the lantern light and then lift through the ceiling. You look around to see if there is any other options that shimmy to go, but you careen helplessly into a very upper compartment. You may be the lords of Eli Lilly protect you. With a mighty crash your table falls through the ceiling of another room, its soft meat cushioning your fall. Your wristwatch says it's 8:37. I wonder if it'll be Sam again. The walls are decorated by 4 colored tapestries and above the fireplace there is a suit of armor. It's very Applebee's in here. The walls are mostly blue, but one wall has tapestries hanging from top to bottom. You admire the tapestries. Will the handkerchief back to your hand, huff 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 yourself clean. The tapestries in the far back are pictures of people. Definitely not a photo. You half a huff. Your handkerchief is half empty now, and barely even any effect at all on you now. You're getting to huff too much. It may be time to stop.
No.
So, the human form tapestries are actually in a row. They each have details of the figure's lives. The first one's a gardener planting some trees in a small orchard in the shape of the alphabet. Act 123 odd, and it reads at the bottom. You fine. You pull the tapestries down. You lay them out. You see the ether is joined you from Sisterverse. You pour the whole contents on the tapestry. It wiggles with lice. The beautiful smell of the ether gas helps you be quiet for your next thought. Porcupine's quill of the pudding cauldron had melted inside your stomach and mixed with a little too much whole milk had formed curds. The flavor wasn't too terrible, but worth having a little over an hour in the hole for. You think, Please don't tell you which hole. Absolutely the wrong hole, you inkle inside. Why you think about TG pills and how they're for toothaches, how you need a spinal anesthetic before this goes any further, maybe a coma. You get up and knock over the table, as it rumbles ever so lightly against the well-worn carpeted floor, which catches Sam's attention. You walk down 5 steps and walk through the first door to your right-hand side. You are like a little ambulating burrito of dissociative sentiment. You're in JG Ballard's own private ice creamery. JG sits in the corner looking like a wizard attempting to park the broom he seeks and fly on. What kind of an adventurer are you? You can't even enjoy a simple pint, JG shouts. He's right, but you have to or else. It's bloody Barnsley House. Some cider, please.
What's a flavor that starts with V?
You and a scoop of the atrocity malt. Shuffling forward, you pick up your wooden spoon and start to stir. The door opens and a man rushes in, a bowler hat atop his head. Disgusting. Does everything with his hands. JG gets up from his leather, winged back chair and approaches your table. And what story do you like? one that ends in existential validation. Not happy endings, just acknowledgement of the world's fuckers and the striving to do better. But if you are taking immersive, as JG watches over your right shoulder, turning your head slightly to the left would nearly cause a collision of your white above the ear hair with his black, slicked back, mini afro hair. A thought bubble emerges from his head. He knows why you're here. Two more people enter the shop. One is Mother Fritten, a revolting woman in her late 50s who created propaganda saying comics make kids go blind and shouldn't be read or owned by anybody. You thank JudgeBot for the bracing and pivot the opposite. You stand in front of Mother Pivot and you open your trench coat, revealing a torso of Archron Comics, big meaty thighs.
Okay. We're out of energy. I'm spent. I'm literally spent. I had 1200 in energy. Not today. Wow. My mind is clear. No, it isn't. I've never been at zero before. They taxed it. Because they each output costs money, a lot of money. I think I calculated at 15 cents per. So imagine millions of people doing that at the same time. That means I need to give it a breather. I'm gonna give it a breather. I'm gonna give me a breather. I'm gonna give you a breather. Had you watched it, but you're not gonna do it. It's gonna be so long. And that's the name of the game here in Twitch. I want to make sure no one sees it at all. Thank you, and to your audience. This has been Miles Docent. Stop touching the butt. I'll touch it for you. Back to the Sisterverse.